I'm going to call this meeting to order. Let's stand and recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic and one nation under God, indivisible, liberty. Let's pray. Lord, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Brief moment for your own intentions. A motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Opportunity for public comment. Give everybody about 3 minutes for public comment. Peace. If you could restate your name, please, sir.
Oh, there we go. Dave Kinzer. I live on Forest Place. This is regarding the airport proposal on Husker. And we turned in about 50 signatures and some of the environmental impact about a week ago. And now we're looking at drainage. And I've also got about 35 signatures on that. We started out watching the March 3rd, the end of that meeting, live streamed, and the man doing the project said, you guys asked him, is there any opposition? He said, no. This room would be full if there was. Well, on the 13th, you might see a full room. We went out, talked to everybody that we could knock on a door to. The only people that refused to sign were the ones that were mad because of something that happened in the past. But everybody else was unanimous. Two of the people that signed are pilots, one for the National Guard, another private. And they both said that they're very pro-plane, but not for this, because it's going to disturb where they wanted to live. One of the other things is the gun range. They said there was a lot of negativity for that, but yet they're going to still build houses. Well, the people buying those houses know there's a gun range already there, so they already know. We didn't, when we bought out there, we were after privacy. A lot of people came from Box Elder, a lot of people came from Colorado, but they were getting away from some of the same things. One of the other concerns is Guy Mann called me last night. He has the subdivision on the east side of North Haines by Elk Creek. And he said he was going to build 200 more homes, and now he's looking at not building very many more because he doesn't think he can sell them with 50 aircraft flying around. Some of the things that the restriction in future development is very important. There could be schools and churches and things like that out there instead, but now with the accident potential zones that's there was no forethought in the past about having an airport there, so there's houses and housing developments completely surrounding this airport. If you look at your two flats there, you'll see one of these is from 5 years ago, and you can see the drain fields, and you can also see the water runs that are
You have about 15 more seconds, Mr.
Okay.
Kinzer.
And the second one is a year and a half ago, and now the previous one's even got more than that. I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kinzer. Any questions for Mr. Kinzer?
I asked Rhea to get Troy. Troy was out there yesterday. Apparently, they are disturbing the section line. Some workers out there. I also spent yesterday running down some FAA numbers, and I have some calls in. Finally, after talking to 3 FAA guys, I finally found the one that apparently can have some information for us, but he was on Central Time, and it was past work hours, so hopefully he will call, and Tanya is going to follow up with him too.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think we're good. There's.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Anybody else want to speak for public comment? Anybody else want to speak at public comment?
My name is Phil Smith. I live across the road from that housing development, the Infinity one. I've lived out there since I think November of '98 is when I moved out there. But the thing I'm got is, one, there's been a couple meetings and notifications I was never told about, never received any mail on it. And I was kind of left, and actually my neighbor, after the meeting was done, told me about it, asked me why I wasn't there. I didn't even know it was there, what was going on. I also have a question about any kind of environmental impact. They're building, I got a blueprint or a mapping of the housing development. They're putting houses right on top of the drain field where it's naturally occurring out there. And I've not heard anything on that. I mean, when I heard about it, I called the planning here and asked them about it, and they were kind of vague on answering any of my questions. I called the FAA about legally having an airport in that type of area. According to them, there's nothing they can do about it because it's private. It's not a commercial airport. So I kind of dropped it until I started hearing all this other stuff going on. But my biggest thing is drainage. I mean, I got a creek that runs across my pasture, comes from the south of me. It only gets wet when it really rains, or we got a large amount of snow and it melts fast. Then it's a gully washer. It washed my driveway out twice. And till I went to a bigger culvert and things like that. But it runs right across, comes in behind, down below the stock dam to the next door pasture, and then it runs across. In fact, that section line, which I call it was a section line, 220th was a section line, and you didn't want to drive down through there with a dozer. It was completely a muck hole because the water runs across that bad. And it's a gumbo-based soil. So, but like I say, my concern is I haven't heard anything about some kind of environmental impact, and you always seem to always hear about that stuff, but I don't know what it's going to resolve, but at least we'd know. So, other than that, that's about all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Mr. Smith? Does anybody else here speak on this Infinity Landing project? Let's keep it together. Yes. Give me 3 minutes, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm a little uneducated in this part, so I will
That's fine.
just.
Oh, we all are.
I'll just bring. I hadn't heard about it until
Could you
just
just
recently.
state your name, though, please,
Oh, I'm
ma'am?
sorry, Michelle Marshall.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I just most recently found out about it. I actually ride my horse down that section line often, and when things started changing, I thought it was just a housing development and some changing of some roads. Till I heard about the airport part, I did a little research and such, and I am more concerned, I guess, just about, like these gentlemen have mentioned, drainage. Then again, just the impacts of what the chemicals in the air are going to do to our area, the noise in our area. Avgas is still lead-based, and it is proven that avgas is very toxic to children, and there is a long list of problems that it does cause. We're a country community with a lot of families living out there, and I find that somewhat concerning. Plus, it does get in the soil, stays in the soil. So that's an issue as well. Again, then too, just with the peacefulness of living in the country, having planes flying in and out of there, even when we have a plane fly over, the horses look, the people look, it's just very noticeable. So to have it in a community so close is really, really concerning. Concerned about our property taxes, the value of our land, all of those things, and just feel like it wasn't very well published as far as letting the people in the area know about it so that we could live.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak on this subject, Infinity Landing? I will say, as Mr. Kinzer mentioned, that we are having a hearing at our next meeting on the 13th. That is in reference to the section line specifically. It's not necessarily about the full project, and that's what the hearing is about. To touch on your drainage concerns, this commission has stated a concern with that as well. If you had listened to the meeting when we took a look at the preliminary plat, that is of the utmost concern to us. And we've asked before a final plat would be approved that a full drainage study, not just on that property, would be performed, but as well as the surrounding properties. As far as the notification goes out, I believe the ordinance requires us to notify adjacent landowners, and that was done, and we don't do put those out. That has to go. We have to be shown that they did that, and so I guess sometimes could be better system, but that's what's currently in our ordinance. So we're sharing some of your concerns. There's no doubt about that. We're going to take a look at the section line, obviously at our May 13th meeting, and see what happens there. We've dealt with section lines quite a bit in the last year, and they're never an easy subject, and it's never an easy thing to get relocated. But with that said, we're going to treat it as fairly as possible under what we have for ordinances. But I do appreciate your guys' emails, calls, and coming in today. So we're taking a look at all of that.
I would like Troy to tell us what he found out there and if he's done any follow-up after he was there yesterday and what work was being done.
After yesterday, I just went out and took some photos and looked at what has been done since the last time I've been there.
Right, if you just announce yourself for those.
Troy Eastman, I'm the highway superintendent for Meade County. And I've been watching this project for a while after, dealing with section lines constantly with my job. It just, one of those things that I knew was going to be an issue for many different reasons with, that many people around. And, it's hard not to notice. And the drainage situation down there is obviously a big concern. But, and then people that have notified and asked questions about it. So I didn't talk to anybody specifically doing the work. But, I could, like I said, I just kind of keep track of what's being done, where they're working and stuff like that, just for my own records. And
now, you told me they were working on the section line.
The airport runs right across it. So, when I got a call, I was told that they were out there, moving dirt and working on it. So anything that's being done is kind of hard to avoid the section line, and I can see that both the north and south one and parts of the east-west one have had changes done since I was there. I'm not sure who has done the work, but I could just tell that things have been changing.
Well, I thought that we had an ordinance that specified you couldn't be working on a section line without...
It's statute, isn't it, Ken?
And so, can we not tell them to cease activity on the section line? Isn't that with whose authority? Who has the authority to do that?
Mr. Conrad, would you like to come forward, please?
Ken Clubred, Chief Deputy State's Attorney. Generally, the authority to shut down is by injunction of the court. So we don't have cease and desist order authority in any of our ordinances. We have an authority to write a ticket. It enforces a Class 2 ordinance, punishable by up to $500 and 30 days in jail for each offense, and each day is a separate offense.
So if in fact there is work being done on the section line, that would be a violation of state statute, is that correct?
I believe so, yes. I'd get the specific statute number. I don't have that in my brain, but...
So why don't, if you could look into that,
Yep.
in the meantime, we'll take a look at these section line issues.
Because it seems to me like if they know we have this hearing scheduled, they know we have concerns about them being on the section line. And if they are working on the section line, knowing that, it seems to me like that could be more than an alleged violation. And, you know, I don't want to come in and I don't want them coming in May and saying, well, we really don't need a variance because we've already done it. We've already fixed, already changed it. So I would think that.
We have had one or two cases where we have required, when there's been improper work, we have requested that it be returned to the state that it was in.
Kind of hard to rebuild a hill, though, isn't it?
That is true.
Okay, if you could look into those statute, Mr. Clibberhead, and I guess, Troy, if you can just keep us posted on what's going on.
Yep, will do.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else for public comment? Anything else not on the agenda that public wishes to speak about? Hearing no one coming forward to the dais, I'll close public comments. Anyone here for the Register of Deeds office? Sheriff's office?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Sheriff Pat West, Meade County. I don't have a whole lot to add, just continuously steady work for the deputies and dispatch. Overall, the jail has been, average population is around 55, I believe. It fluctuates up and down between 50 and 60. Captain Dale has been doing very well with that. Calls for service seem to be what they were last year at this time. Regular calls dispatch are around just over 1,600, which is a little bit more than was last year. Overall, that's about it. One thing I do want to share, we are coming up on a 5-year contract for Axon, which is our body-worn cameras, our tasers, in-car cameras, our Axon storage for video, and our maintenance. Chief Deputy Johns identified that there are 5 different contracts with that same company and with different expiration dates and maintenance dates and everything. So we are going to combine that. That contract is going to be done in July. Part of that contract that we want to look at is updating our tasers, because our tasers are 15 years old. And the last ones the sheriff's office bought, they bought them in a lump sum or a lump package. This contract that we're looking at will spread that out over a 5-year plan. I plan to share it with my liaisons, Chairman Deering and Commissioner Creed, on where we're at with that, and then we can discuss further on what that looks like. For the 5 years, it looks like there's going to be an increase of around $10,000 per year, but that is because we're also purchasing those new tasers over that 5-year period. So, but I'll share that with you, and then we can figure out how we're going to move forward with that.
I want to go on to those cameras. I think probably the reason for the different dates on the cameras, if I recall right, we kind of phased it in because initially when cameras first came out, you know, like all computers, I think they've kind of decreased in value as they went down, and we couldn't afford to buy them all in one lump sum. I could be wrong. My memory could be failing.
Well, I think the tasers themselves.
No, I'm talking about the cameras.
yeah, and I think that's spread out over the time frame as well.
And now, didn't that contract have a thing that at the end of the 5 years, that company would replace free of charge those cameras, or at least some of them?
Well, I think our camera system is still good.
Okay.
It's the storage
Yeah.
that we're looking at, and then the updated on the tasers.
Yeah, because
I think the cameras we're gonna run those as long as we can. So I think we're still good with those. Also, a part of this contract is we're going to include on loan additional body worn cameras for our additional deputies during the rally, just to part of the agreement to let us use them and test them. So, yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got.
Any questions for Sheriff West?
well, you know, I always have a question.
Absolutely.
I was reading that Hughes and Minnehaha County entered into an ICE partnership. Did they ask everybody, or did they just go out and do selective? And I assume that when an arrest is made of a suspected alien, it's the same as in the past. You call ICE and you let them know they're there, and then they decide if they want to put a hold on and when they're going to be out or whatever.
That's correct, yes.
And so I didn't know if they asked, and I was wondering if ICE was paying Hughes and Minnehaha County for any of their CO work.
That I don't know.
Is that part of the agreement? Because I thought if so,
Well, they should.
they should.
They didn't.
Maybe we would like to have our COs paid for.
Right, yeah. Well, I can reach out to Sheriff Callahan in Hughes County and ask him about that one. So.
Yeah,
But-
that's what I wanted to know is if
But they never
were having to
approached
pay.
us on any of that. But
Yeah, well,
I can do some checking for you.
maybe they would cover the CO costs during the rally.
Sure. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
You might find some downtown.
Any other questions for Sheriff West? Thank you, Sheriff West. State's Attorney's Office. Anything, Dave? Treasurer's Office.
Robin asked me to tell you they're really busy down there right now with the first of the year, first phase of the payments, property tax payments, but she, along with Dawn from the auditor's office and myself were in Pier last week, and I think you could say uniformly the treasurers of South Dakota are almost in a revolt stage over the hang-ups with the Motor V software, 605 Drive. I sat in on one of their sessions and a partial of another. It reminded me of Orion when the assessor's office discovered that system was not ready for a full rollout. The treasurer's office, the Department of Revenue people tried to assure the treasurers that help was coming. And I think the treasurers are looking forward to that help because it is causing additional time and effort in all the county offices because of software glitches. And I might add that legislation that the legislators passed giving additional money from the license plates and this new software program all goes to the state of South Dakota and none to the counties. Surprise. Shocking. Business as usual.
Thank you, Doreen.
Yes.
Let's go down to Highway. First on the agenda is the traffic count analysis.
Yeah, this is same routine, I guess. The yellow is what we're currently counting, and the blank ones are the ones that are yet to come as far as where we're going to go next. No specific order, just kind of whatever happens to be needed at the time, I guess. there are any questions, it's also posted online.
Let's pull up, on this report is specifically New Underwood Road. If we could pull that one up specifically too. We got a lot of people here and probably listening online about New Underwood Road today, which is interesting. I know, Commissioner Liggett, you look into these numbers a lot. I know Highway 73 north of Phillip has an ADT of, I believe, around 450. Highway 34 right north of where you turn south on to New Underwood Road, I believe that ADT is around 850. So we're close, and so our pry to turn this into a state road is justified with these numbers.
I believe so.
Oh, and particularly if you look at some of the numbers on, believe it or not, East River roads, East River state roads, there are a lot of them that have, at that time, I'm sure Galen remembers, they had like half the traffic of New Underwood Road.
I can tell you it's a lot harder to put a road on the state system than it is to argue that there's a road on the state system. So,
Yeah.
Because they don't want to add miles. The DOT does not want to add miles to their systems, but they're happy to give away roads. But obviously counties are hard-pressed to take them back.
If there's no more questions, let's run down to the monthly snow report.
Be the last one.
Yeah, this just basically summarizes what we had to do for snow removal, whether it's sanding, plowing, everything involved with snow in our department, in the county. What we spent there is at the bottom.
You know, it is so good. Your reports that we get have been 150, 200 years in the making.
That's Pub Works.
I was going to say it's Pub Works. I think that's
Yep.
That's what it does, yep.
It is so good.
Where are we at with different subject, but I think you guys have probably worked harder hauling gravel this winter than you have moving snow. Where are we at with loads of gravel approximately?
You know, I'd have to look at my numbers, to be honest with you. I don't have that one on the top of my head, but no, we've been doing great as far as keeping the trucks moving and guys in the seats. So we're trying to get to each area like we do every year to have each operator kind of pick out their most needed roads based on when the last time it had gravel and then just the current state in which it's in. You know, there's not an exact method of, you know, this road to schedule it. We have to kind of jump around as needed and just, to kind of keep up with the demand, really.
They must be heading to Elm Springs today.
Yep. We've mobilized over there, and, we're doing some repairs and this and that, but we'll be over there for, quite a bit of time. There's a lot of roads that are in need of gravel there and materials there, so we just got to get it on the road.
I think they need gravel over there bad enough that I won't complain about the ding in my windshield that I got coming by one.
Yeah, it's part of it, unfortunately.
Right.
Just an update for everybody is, so far this year we've hauled through the end of March, we've hauled 22,600 tons of gravel. So
thank you.
Quite a few tons.
Come down to, if there's any more questions on snow, gravel, let's go down to the bid award, gravel aggregate.
Okay, so this is our gravel aggregate purchasing bid, and we decided that basically we could use the gravel at each one of these locations, and depending on where we're working, it could be an advantage to us. If we're right there next to a pit, obviously it's cheaper, even if it costs more per ton than it is to haul it from a faraway distance. So, and certain roads need different types of gravel, so this is, we'll be using each and every one of those at some point this year.
Sounds good.
So all of these pits, all of the bid prices and pits are at different locations. They're not all the same locations.
Correct. Yep.
Cost per hauled ton is different if you take
them. Yep, exactly. They're coupled near Sturgis, but one's down by Rapid City, so it's depends on where we're working. Really, is what we're going to do. Determines what we need.
only one that has a loading rate? Is that, do we load ourselves at these others?
Western does their own here at Sturgis, and I guess Rogers they include that as well. So yeah, Pleasant.
In the price.
Yep, it's all in there. So we do not.
Oh, it's all within.
Yep, it's included.
Okay.
Yep.
Pleasant Valley just added it to the.
Yeah, he has to make special arrangements when we go there. So it's yeah, and we can easily bring our own loader there because it's close by. So.
I assume Western's pit out there is pretty similar to the peatline rock.
Yeah, the material, the limestone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And
it's cheaper, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we do get a fairly good deal from them because we do a lot of business with them, and it's it's a convenience thing too for us. But yeah, no, they're both equally, the same kind of gravel and material, and yeah, it's some of the best.
More questions, comments, or action? We'll need action on this.
I'll make a motion to accept all bids for the gravel aggregate riprap as presented.
Second.
Motion is second to accept all bids as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. It's down to C4, bid award for magnesium chloride.
And we had two bidders submit a bid for mag water, magnesium chloride water that we treat our gravel roads with for dust and stabilization purposes. We've worked with both of them in the past, and they're again the product's the same as far as the mag chloride. And again, it can come down to a convenience of who's available because they sometimes apply the material to our roads for us in conjunction with our blade operators, and then also for the residents of the county. And the residents they pay the contractor directly. So I guess it's if they want something done right now and it's who's available, as far as I'm concerned, they have the choice to call either one. Because I'm fine with both these contractors. We're happy to work with both of them, and the prices, there's a little bit of a difference there, but if the availability is more important to me than a few cents here and there.
And that's because we blade the roads, we haul water for the road, and then they just apply the mag chloride, right? So,
yes.
So it's really about our timetable for those rather than we could be sitting for a day waiting for mag to come.
Right, exactly. I mean, they have to go get it as well, and whatever storage capacity they have. Sometimes we have to wait. Sometimes we don't, and just kind of the situation, it varies. So it's nice to have multiple options.
Because we didn't, was it last year or the year before that they were really late? It seemed like
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
We were really late, and then we did get a different bid last year, and I believe that kind of straightened out. Seems like our timing last year was better suited for you guys.
Yep, no, there weren't any delays, and they were more than ready anytime that we were. So we were almost holding the contractor up because they were wanting to go, and we can only go as fast as what we can go. So yeah, that's exactly the case. And I mean, there was turnover involved as far as employees and staffing and this and that. And I don't know if it was a supply issue and weather has a lot to do with it. We have to constantly change what our plans are if it rains too much or whatever the case may be. So it goes both ways.
Yeah.
And we do have 50,000 gallons in storage currently, right?
Yep. We usually, with whatever budget we have at the end of the year, we try to fill our tanks with the best price that we can, knowing that usually every year it kind of goes up a little bit. So we try to get the best deal we can and store it, and we use it throughout the winter. We apply it ourselves when we can or if we need to as well. So we like to have it available.
And on the residential applied gallons, those are if you're working on the road in that area. It's not a special trip. It's a convenience application for you. But depending on if you're in the area, you might be a month getting back to that area. So
yep.
It's not, if you call, you're not just going to get it.
Right, exactly.
So, I want to make that part clear. Okay.
Any more questions, comments on these bids? It would be probably easiest for you to accept all bids is what I'm hearing from you.
Yes, I would recommend that, because depending again on the situation, it could be an advantage price-wise
Sure.
to have both options.
They're not terribly different on the prices, so to where that's probably not an issue. And that way, if you can use one or the other, that would probably be beneficial to everybody.
Yep, I mean, at that time when we need it, we're going to take the best price we can get each time, so.
Certainly. Any other questions, comments, or action?
I'll make a motion to accept all bids for the mag chloride and alternate mag chloride base products.
Second.
Motion and a second on the floor to accept all bids for the mag chloride and mag chloride base products. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. That brings us down to equipment rental rates, subject we talked about at our last meeting a little bit, and I see you've changed some stuff on it, which we asked you to do.
Yeah, we removed some of the stuff to make it, more realistic to what we actually can provide and may have time to, help out county residents or other municipalities, whatever the case may be. But we included the operator with, like say the motor grader. It was separated before. We included that into that price just to simplify things a bit. And then also we put that additional operator there. Certain times, we might need another guy there for flagging or backing up a truck or whatever it is. So just to kind of, make it simpler and more realistic to what we can provide.
The one thing I do not see on there, we talked about it briefly, would be mileage.
Oh, you're correct. And I guess we follow what the state mileage
Certainly.
thing is basically what we do. I guess I should have made a note on here that should be also included.
Yeah, and that's fine. That would be something we could easily add. It'd probably be as easy to say the federal rate or the state rate. One of the two. We could just say mileage, state rate, or federal rate, whatever one we prefer. But that's the one thing I don't see on there.
Right. Yep. And that's an easy change.
Yes.
Is there a rate for heavy equipment mileage? Because surely we don't want to charge the private vehicle rate.
Well, my guess, the way I would see it, the way we have it set up, and Troy, correct me if I'm wrong, we're more than likely not going to grade a road unless our grader is there and so close. So
Right.
There's probably not a lot of mileage.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit more concerned on the additional operator, and if we have to send somebody out of Sturgis to, say, Hereford to help that additional, you know, so that's it, and that would be more than likely in a pickup. We've hired the county to blade our road, and Rick Lee's the blade operator out there. He swings off his road and comes into ours. So I mean, it's probably not as big of an issue as that, because you wouldn't have time to send a blade out of Sturgis to go to Hereford or Elm Springs or Marine or something like that. So
Right. We wouldn't be making a special trip unless it happened to be some kind of an emergency situation.
But you may send an additional operator in a pickup or something like that, and it just the ability for us to charge mileage, I think, would be important.
And to track it too. So that it definitely should be included on here, and I can update that too.
And we can just update that within our motion if we so choose.
We follow state rate, I believe, on our book. So, and a side note, this is not necessarily all for residential to rent our services, but if there's an issue where Pat needs assistance in clearing right-of-ways or utilizing our equipment, those are things that can get included back into the fine. So,
and this is all the equipment includes the operator within this price. Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. And then the additional is strictly for a separate or second individual.
Okay.
And for the applicator on the weed control, that was a price that we've submitted, annually to, I guess, I don't know if it's the BLM or who we report that to exactly, but that is the rate. So that's why it's different than the additional operator versus the applicator part of it. I'm not exactly sure how that price come up or if that's just what they pay. Nate, is in charge of the weed and pest side of it, and that's kind of what he told me, because I questioned why it isn't 80 just like the highway side, but this is how they report it, and I would have to do a little bit more research on that.
My guess is that's the Fed contract that we have.
Right.
Where it's in there.
So with that said, if we pass this today, are you comfortable with this? Because we could always pass the weed stuff at another time, we wouldn't have to include it in this, is what I'm saying. If that's something you would like to get back today. I'm fine with passing it as is, but I'm just thought I'd ask with your question.
Yeah, I mean, after my conversation with him, I mean, that's pretty much what we have to do as far as what we can charge for that, just because we've submitted it unless there's, something I'm missing or different information I'm not aware of. So, and again, it doesn't happen frequently, but yet you never know, because we barely can cover our own work, much less do additional, but at least it's there. Certain situations, it comes up.
Okay. Is there any more questions, comments, or action on this?
I'll make a motion to approve the rental rates for 2025 with the addition of a state rate mileage rate added.
Okay.
That'll follow the state.
Motion and a second to approve these rates as presented. Is there any more discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings us down to C6, weight limits and speed limits on Meade County Road.
Yeah, this here is, we've talked about it over and over again. It's just, we watch our roads get beat up every year a little bit more, and we're just trying to do what we can to preserve, especially our paved roads, and, save money for the county long term. And I know it's a very controversial and tough decision to limit what people can do on the roads, but at the same time, when we can't patch them and fix them quick enough, something has to change as far as that goes. And I mean, what it costs to do it is more than what we can afford, for sure, within the department. And I'm open to any suggestions. I put down some options here, what I can see is available right now. I don't know, the format got a little screwed up, I can see that, but yeah, especially for New Underwood Road, we're at 7 ton per axle. Could be reduced further as far as, and also the speed limits. We're having blowouts left and right on that road. This winter was extremely hard on it, which was not in good shape to begin with, but now it's literally a daily thing that we're almost having to go out there and do something to that road just to fill in holes, and we're using gravel at this point on a paved road to bridge over some of these potholes and unevenness to try to keep it as safe as possible. So, yeah, it really needs to, the road needs a lot of work, and it's more than just a Band-Aid. Otherwise it will be all gravel if we just keep patching it like this anyway.
Let me, Troy, I'm going to stop you here. There's several people I know that showed up today that has a concern mainly on New Underwood Road. I generically wanted this on the agenda today as Meade County roads because there is several other roads that we are concerned about. We've seen some deterioration. I know Commissioner Liggett, you mentioned Elk Vale Road is seeing some deteroration.
Even Erskine Ranch.
Erskine Ranch Road is another one.
Elk Creek.
Most of our paved roads have seen deterioration this year, so it's not really an attempt to single out New Underwood Road, although that one is of high importance and of great concern here, especially lately. So I'm just going to open it up to some people. I'm going to give people about 3 minutes apiece if they'd like to come forward and say what they'd like to say. I've certainly taken some emails and several calls. I live 3 miles from there, so I drive the road a lot, and it means a lot to me as well. So if some people would like to come forward, I'll open this up to the public to speak if they'd like. About 3 minutes apiece. Unless nobody wants to come forward.
Galen Needorder from, is it on?
Nope. There you go.
Galen Needorder from Viewfield. And I was here more to kind of give an update. I don't think I've been in here since the county commission agreed with the state to submit the application again for the grant for the redesign of New Underwood Road, and I thought I'd bring you up to speed on that first of all. Although it doesn't really pertain to this issue exactly, I'll start there. Through the campaign that Gary Kamak and Grant Simons and I put together, they were able to send in about 800 letters to the federal DOT supporting this request. And they said normally they get 4 or 5 letters to go in. Additionally, we contacted Senator Rounds, Thune, and Congressman Johnson, and they enlisted their support for this grant application. Gary visited with Senator Thune's office last week. There's an aide in his office that's from this area, from Marine, I believe he said, and she's kind of keeping an eye on this too, so that hopefully that will increase the likelihood that we'll get that grant approved. I looked at their website, and last year some of the items that were approved were funds for nature trails and bike trails, and that really didn't have anything to do with transportation. And this definitely does. So hopefully this will at least be high on their list for approval on that. And as far as the issue here today, you know, the south part of that road has gotten really bad this winter. It is a little dangerous. In fact, you really have to avoid the most dangerous parts as best you can. And appreciate what you guys are doing to try to take care of this situation today. And I'm not exactly sure what base stabilization is. I understand the milling and the grinding and the base stabilization. And I think, Troy, you mentioned that after that, the next phase would be to chip seal it, which would be a kind of a midterm, not a long-term, but more than a short-term solution to that. Is that kind of in the plans too?
Yeah, it's part of it that we'd like to do. Nothing is set in stone at this point, but as far as keeping the road together and the least amount of maintenance for us, it's proven that it's worked before. I mean, it's not asphalt paving, but it's, you know, as close as we can get for the money.
Yeah, well, at least, you know, until we can get something done with the state, it sounds like a good solution. So I just encourage you, you know, to do whatever you can. So,
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you, Galen, and we appreciate the work you've put forward. I think you got to up your number. I think Commissioner Leggett, you were at 1,000 letters.
Oh, is that right? Yeah. Is that right?
I talked to him last week, and they were
really?
over 1,000.
Yes. That's even better.
Yeah, but and to update you, Senator Rounds, Commissioner Leggett, Troy, and I was at a meeting with Senator Rounds, and he is encouraging. He's trying to get it earmarked. So we hopefully could get onto a couple different grants. One is a safety grant, which we failed at several times. Maybe not several, it's an exaggeration, once or twice. And possibly to get he's also going to try to push for an earmark.
That's encouraging.
Yes, and he's on appropriations now, so let's keep our fingers crossed. So, okay, thank you. Yes. Anybody else want to speak on this subject?
Scott Phillips from Hereford. Chairman Deering and members of the commission. I don't know exactly what this chip seal is going to amount to. I hope it's good. The road is dangerous. It's getting really bad, and something needs to be done. At the same time, we really need some way to move product over that road, be it cattle or wheat or gravel. Some way. That road is the only way to connect us with interstate, really it is. So we need to address the safety issue, but we do need to have a way to continue to move various products over that road in some pretty big trucks.
Anything else, Mr. Phillips? Thank you for coming in today. Anything else for Mr. Phillips while he's up here? Okay. Thank you, Scott. Anybody else want to speak on this subject?
Good morning. I'm Rodney Gray with Western Construction. We had sent a letter in. I'm assuming everybody's getting a chance to read that. So I guess the only thing I would say is in there, with the 7-ton axle, we had implemented that a couple years ago to try to lighten some of the damage to the road and some of the impact to it. With that, I think there's a lot of interstate traffic running through there that is not local traffic that's trying to get north. And those being, typically at 80,000 pounds, they're going to be over that 7-ton axle. So I think that's more on the enforcement side of it. If we drop that to 80,000 pounds, we'll be over 7-ton. Whether it's the gravel or the grain or the cattle, it's still going to get transported across there. It's just going to create more traffic than what there is now, because you won't be able to haul the payload that you can haul legally now. So instead of having one truck hauling a certain amount of product, you're going to have 3 hauling the same amount. So it's going to really increase the amount of traffic that's going across that. So, at 7-ton, us and some of the local people up there have dropped some weights off of their vehicles so that they could get underneath that 7-ton. But going to an 80,000 pound, you're just going to create more weight per axle and increase the number going across there.
The sheriff's department was out there with the highway patrol, and being perfectly blunt, I was hoping they'd catch an out-of-stater who would notify all of his other trucking friends to stay away. Cat's back there. They nabbed a local, which, let's see, that fine was $3,600, do I recall? Wasn't long before Gary and I found out about it, was it, Gary? We all need to do our best. Whatever, they say speed is as important as sometimes the weight, and the speed has decreased. I noticed on New Underwood Road compared to the past, according to those numbers. But
I don't think they can drive that fast.
No, and so I suppose if more potholes, it will go down even more.
Any more questions for Mr. Gray?
All I can say is lobby the state too, Back from when Galen was on the commission, which was going on 8 years ago? This is a topic we have pleaded and pleaded with the state for years. Legislators used to kind of turn when we come up to them because we tell them the same thing. What are you doing about New Underwood Road? Nothing. Perhaps maybe now that we got a governor from here, I did tell him. He was out here last Thursday, was it? Last Thursday. I did have a little side talk with his person with him and said, Meade County voters are going to think about this when they go to the polls. And that's just a fact of life. And they're going to think about it when they go to the polls for us, too, I'm sure. But the state needs to assume its responsibilities. Meade County taxpayers simply cannot afford it.
Right. It is used by a lot of people other than just the local
That's right.
residents, and, with local residents only, it wouldn't get near as much traffic as it gets. But
is there anybody else that wants to speak to this subject? If you just stay here, please. I have a few more questions for you. Okay. So if you could just sit here, please. Anybody else want to speak on this subject? I'm just going to close public testimony, and if we got questions, I certainly have some questions for you. I know your trucks are running out of that gravel pit a lot, and we have to move product. My neighbor, Scott Phillips, good friend of mine, it's his pit. We use that pit. as well. It's an important pit. I always laugh because usually the worst roads are right by our pits, and that's as much because our trucks are coming in and out there all the time. We thought at the time, about 2 years ago, our engineers told us we needed to bring this road down to 3 ton. That's not workable. I mean, that's not workable for probably my car, possibly. Right. So we went to 7 ton year round, which seemed maybe even a little bit drastic, just because we're probably talking and help me with my weight if my math is off. We're probably at 45,000 on tandem truck. Would that be about right? Of the load?
Yeah.
So you're a little less than you're typically hauling on a cattle truck typically. We did that keeping in mind, not just you, because we're not singling anybody out, but there's a lot of farmers with a lot of axles, and we understand you can get your weight limit down. I guess where I'm going with this is we went to 7 ton hoping that would do the trick. It's obviously getting worse. We see it getting worse every day, whether it's the trucks, whether it's all of us that use the road, and I use it significantly. So we have to come up with something. I've have some guys that truck for a living saying just put it at that 80, skip the 7 ton. Now that would certainly be better for my tandem axle semi. I mean that would. But with that said, then it hurts you. I mean or the farmers with more axles.
Right.
So it's really tough to find an answer. I know there's been a lot of numbers floated around, and we'll get to those numbers and probably arm wrestle and talk about those and argue about those here in a little bit. But to just put it at 80,000, it's also going to increase my tandem. So we're actually going to be going backwards, correct?
Correct.
So that seems irresponsible for us sitting up here. I guess to find a fine line, I'm trying to figure. I've been working with Superintendent Eastman here as far as a permit system to get overweight permits. To me, the interstate says 80,000, and so I question why that's not good enough for Meade County. I know there's ways to get permits there, and we don't have it ironed out yet. I don't think. But is that something that could be workable? I've talked to several farmers that have multiple axles. They were encouraged by that. If we would put the 7 ton and an 80 and look at a permit system. So help me out a little bit in this question for you. I'm kind of in windy here. How much is it for, say, one of your average trucks, if you don't mind disclosing information, like for your overweight permit? How much do you pay the state?
On the South Dakota, on the interstate, they sell an annual over 80 permit, and that's for anything over 80,000 pound. That's a divisible load, and that's $60 a year per truck, per power unit, and that allows us then to drive over the 80,000 pounds as long as we are still within the federal bridge law. You still have to follow that. You can't just go over 80,000 pounds and overload an axle with having an over 80 permit. You still have to follow the bridge laws for that. If you have a non-divisible load, which is a piece of machinery, something like that, then you permit that per load with the state to be over the weight limit per axle for just moving that one piece of equipment.
And there's different levels, isn't that correct? Because it's been a while since we owned a truck, but when we did, I believe we paid 82. We put 82 tags on it, which was less than if you'd go 84 or 86. Is that correct?
Correct. We have to license every year. Our trucks we just license commercially because we're within the state of South Dakota. We don't leave the state. So ours are listed at 90 ton, so 180 or 95 ton. I'm sorry, for 190,000 pounds, which is we pay way more for our tags than what somebody would if you're doing a 40 ton. And I don't have the numbers in front of me exactly what we pay. And
I'm just asking for
license.
Yeah,
but
if you could help us.
The more that you license for per vehicle, the tonnage, you have your standard license fee plus then you pay a tonnage fee, which is applied from the state. So you send in the information to the state, and then they send you the tonnage stickers, similar to what you'd do with with a pickup or anything like that. That you have tonnage stickers on. The more weight that you license for, the more your fee is for your licensing.
Sure.
So we do that, and then, like I said, we also, to be on the interstate system in South Dakota, we pay the annual over 80 permit that we can run on the interstate system over 80,000 pounds.
So is for your business, and could you speculate possibly for some of the farmers that has multiple axles, is that something that would be workable? Like I said, to do nothing seems a little irresponsible for us. We can't legally say local trucks only. Believe me, I've asked that question multiple times. I would very much prefer that, but that's not legal to do. We've looked at several different options as possible truck route. We haven't got even the legality figured out of that yet. But with that said, that's where I'm starting to lean. Like I said, if we could figure a permit system out, is that something that can keep you guys rolling at least?
Yeah, I mean, depending on what where we would end up on the fee system, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we're willing to work with whatever we can to try to help preserve it too. I mean, we want to get our products out of there, no different than everybody else. I mean, the county's got their own trucks running on that road to haul the gravel out of that gravel pit, which definitely saves a lot of cost to the county to have gravel there rather than having to go all the way to Sturgis or into Rapid City and get the products from there and then haul it out from there.
Sure. Does anyone else have any more questions?
I mean, I think it's a challenge because it's not. I mean, the conversation is really about New Underwood right now, but 224th has got an issue. That's the one by the other gravel pit just north of Rapid. We've got Elk Creek has got issues. Elk Vale has issues, which was just paved a couple of years ago, and we saw some rutting in that one. This year was just tremendously hard on the roads. I probably have more information on that, but it was the worst year I've seen on our county roads. So New Underwood's just gone to. We've been really since we just started discussing this with the state, we haven't put as much effort into it, probably as maybe we should have. But knowing that the answer is really a reconstruction, it's really tough to put county money into fixing that road without, just a Band-Aid. And, the next item on the list is $1 million Band-Aid, essentially. So it's not a fix. The fix is really a reconstruction from 34 to the interstate, and I know that everybody in that area is really dependent upon the road. So my challenge personally is we've got your business, but then we've got all of the other places that come in. So we got cattle pots, we've got hay trucks, we've got farming that's out there. We've got equipment coming in and out both sides, and then we get interstate traffic. So the interstate traffic is I would like to shut that down. And if I could just dig a ditch across the road and say these guys go north and these guys go south, that might happen. But it really does affect all of our county roads across the county. So, even running 80,000 pounds, I think Fort Meade weighs at 80,000 pounds currently, but it doesn't have an axle limit. So I think consistency across the county is where I'm leaning as well. So, so it's easier to enforce if we do get scales for some reason.
Any other questions, comments?
I do sympathize with everybody that hauls in trucking because my dad is a trucker. So.
Questions, comments, and/or action. Do we have any solutions for this? I appreciate all the questions. You're kind of the trucking expert here today.
Right.
So, thank you, Rob.
Yep. So I think one of the things I know that the South, the next topic is the reconstruction or the basically milling New Underwood to gravel. But I think it was at 7.1 miles. Is that to a road?
Yep, Elk Creek Road to the Pennington County line.
And is that the worst parts of the road?
Yes, it is.
And the reason I'm asking the question, Troy, is I think if we drop the speed limit to 45 through there, that will, from there all the way to the county line, I think if we set that speed limit down to 45, it gives Pat some teeth in order to, maybe slow some people down, and catch some of those trucks and do some of that stuff. Where if we set just the tons and limit the trucks, the highway patrol's got to do scales out there in order to help us out. In the 6 years I've been here, we've had it once that I know of, so it's not very fruitful. But I know that's an impact as well. But until that road is in better shape, I think safety-wise, I'm going to push for a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit from Elk Creek to the county line.
Okay.
And then we do currently have a permit system, right? So
yes.
If they call in for an overweight permit, we do have a permit that they can get.
Yep.
There's no fee currently with that I know of.
Correct.
But I'm assuming that's going to come shortly.
Yeah, we're working on how to fairly, charge a fee that works for, each load can be unique. So it's, not easy formula to figure out necessarily. We looked at what the state does, and then also what legally we can do, which the state again has some information that we've, I just recently was informed about that yesterday as guidance, which I haven't even spoke with everybody about it yet. So I'm still trying to understand it.
And then if we were to push for a 7-ton, 80,000-pound, does that affect our operations as well? I'm assuming it does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have to be careful how we load, in which we do. We, we have scales on our buckets as well to know where we're at with our trucks, and then we also have our own in-house scales. If we get a different kind of equipment or truck or trailer, just to know where we're at without having to go somewhere else to use their scale. So to know which, each axle what we're at.
Because I guess my proposal is going to be a 7 tons an axle, 80,000 pound on all county roads, regardless of where they're at, and then a 45 mile an hour on New Underwood, but from Elk Creek down. So I don't know if you want a motion.
It's going to just Sheriff West, could you come forward, please? Your deputies are out there a lot, and sometimes I appreciate it, sometimes I don't.
Yes, sir.
But are we hitting the key areas on that road from Elk Creek to the county line then? I know the north part is starting to get rough in some areas. I'm going to slit my own throat by lowering the speed limit anymore. What is the speed limit? Is it 65?
55.
I've got to be ashamed of myself that I don't know this.
It's
but
55.
It is 55.
It said on your ticket when you got it.
Don't always look at those. So is that, as far as a safety standpoint, is that an answer in your opinion?
The 45?
Yes, from the areas that the Elk Creek Road to the county line.
I would support that. I haven't driven that road in a month, but I know a few months back it was pretty bad.
It's getting unsafe. You almost have to be in the opposite lane to.
Yeah, and you got to pay attention what's coming ahead. So I would say yes until we figure out a solution to get it fixed.
Okay. And the parts to the north are fine in your opinion? And Troy, you can chime in as well. I'm asking.
There are definitely rough spots that'll get your attention, if you're driving too fast. And we're going to be addressing those as well. Maybe not with this specific project we're going to be talking about on the south half, but as far as patching to try to smooth out some of those really bad dips or bumps or unevenness throughout the road. All asphalt roads have constant maintenance that you got to keep doing, and that's what we plan on doing with the northern section of it to keep it at that 55 mile an hour. But then the south is a totally different project altogether. That it's going to be, the entire length of that 7.1 miles needs to be addressed, not just a spot here and a spot there.
Plus, it's not very forgiving with no shoulders on that road either, the way. So,
okay.
A lot of us all have a heavy foot, but I was really surprised when I saw on Haynes Avenue,
Yeah,
which is 116. Have they never driven that road?
Yeah.
It's a
At 1 in the
miracle.
morning.
Huh?
At 1 in the morning, even.
Yeah.
that's
Dark.
crazy.
That's suicidal.
Again, I appreciated JJ's comment.
Let's stick to right now. We're on Nooner Road. So Troy, to get a permit, so if Mr. Gray with Western needs a permit, he simply calls the office. Thank you, Sheriff West. He simply calls the office and you give permission to go over a certain amount. Is that how that works?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, our permits are readily available. They fill them out, send them back to us. We review them, and, we look at the date and time, what they're doing. I kind of look at the weather and see how wet it is or icy it may be, or if we know there's a project or something going on that route, we'll kind of direct them around it or advise them to do something different if necessary. But yeah, we've never told anybody that they can't go down our roads. We just tell them when would be the best time to do that.
How could we, is it possible this is the biggest thing I'm struggling with a permit system is keeping these guys on the road. And so it's not, we need to do something, again. And I think we do need to come up with a fee for these permits. But at the same time, it's going to be pretty tough for them to send somebody to the office every time to fill something out. Is it reasonable to ask for some of these outfits, there's a lot of locals that are going to need to go over this 80,000. Is it reasonable that you can give permission and notify deputy? I'm trying to figure out a way to, if they call you, I guess then we're going to have some proof that this did happen if it ever goes out of that. But it's like I said, the biggest thing is I don't want to be so drastic that these guys can't haul, because these are locals that are paying taxes that are relying on this road. So with that said, I guess there could be some hiccups in the meantime for a little bit.
We used to have a road haul agreement on Fort Meade Way when they were doing some construction out that way. I'm not sure they always followed the rules, but at least it's a start. Yeah. And we do need to be fair to all the taxpayers. We need to have some sort of a fee.
Yeah, at least, we put a lot of effort into, writing the fees and, checking the roads just to make sure it would be safe for somebody to go down it. If it happens to be a gravel road, whatever, we go take a look, make sure it's dry enough or whatever, it's not icy or trees are out of the way, low-hanging stuff. So yeah, it costs us money now and we don't charge for it. So at least to recoup our costs that we have and hopefully maybe fix a couple potholes too.
Well, I remember when they did all that hauling, it just almost completely destroyed Fort Meade Way at the time. And you're still constantly maintaining that road, but it made it impassable, almost impassable that year or two. And I think we need to ultimately look at speed limits on another road or two, too.
Sure. Okay.
In the future, not today.
Yeah, we do have a 10
You're going to have enough tickets.
Yeah, we have a 10 o'clock hearing as well. So, yeah, I agree. And a road haul agreement and permits are a little bit different, because a road haul agreement would be concerning when we know a project is going on. This would be, hey, I've got to take a little bigger load of cattle on such and such day, would be a permit. So is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments, or interaction?
You're not going to make everybody happy with anything we do here. New Underwood Road, for example, is almost impassable in several areas. Some of our other roads, I use Elkvale and that quite a bit, hauling my drill rig and stuff. You can see from the oversized loads, the heavier loads, it just beats the crap out of you pulling a pickup and a trailer down there, let alone heavy loads. So, something has to be done here in the fact that not only are we going to have these roads impassable, but somebody's going to get hurt or killed. That's my worry. So I'm in line with Commissioner Liggett. I think the 7-ton, 80,000 pounds, and along with the 45-mile-an-hour speed acted.
Do I have action on that?
I would think I'll make two motions.
Fine.
One, my first motion is to reduce the speed limit on New Underwood Road from 55 miles an hour to 45 miles an hour from the intersection of Elk Creek Road to the county line south.
Second.
Motion and a second on the floor to reduce the speed limit to 45 miles an hour from Elk Creek Road intersection to the county line. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I'd like to bring that back up when we do get something figured out, but until it's in a better shape. My second one is going to, my motion is for a limit of 7 tons an axle and 80,000 pound gross on all county roads, not just New Underwood. That should be consistent across the county and help everybody. And there's an opportunity for a permit to go through you. So.
Second that.
Motion and a second on the floor to put a low limit of 7 ton per axle and an 80,000 pound gross on all Meade County roads. Is there any discussion to that motion?
One question. Do we have any roads that are below that currently?
Bridges, but not the road itself. Yes. So, but you got to cross the bridge. So.
Yeah, so if the bridge is limited, the road is limited to that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Thank you.
Any more discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Thanks, Troy, and thanks for all the input that everyone put into this. We do have a 10 o'clock hearing. Let's knock this out. The hearing's going to be pretty short. So, Troy, if you want to stick around, it's the C7 project proposal for New Under Road. I think we got New Under Road on our brain. Let's just knock this out right where all we're going here. Go ahead, and you want to explain to this. This came in a little bit late.
Yeah, I put this on the, added this attachment to the agenda yesterday. I've been talking to contractors, this and that, about what we can do and trying to get the best price in order to fix that 7.1 miles of New Underwood Road. And what we've come up with is to mill up that section with the asphalt and everything into the base and add a base stabilization product to it with additional gravel, basically to get the shoulders and the surface, the driving surface, all smoothed out. And then once that's done, we can do a number of things on top, depending on, the amount of money that we have, and then also what we learn or plan to do long term. So at least the base will be ready, and it's the quickest thing we can do, really, to try to make that road safe and affordably. So as you can see here is basically the cost of what it's going to be just to mill it up with base stabilization, additional gravel is that $501,000. That's for the base, the shoulders, so it'll be a drivable, usable road. The asphalt will be gone. It's milled into the road itself for stability, and then surfacing below that is our a few different options we've looked at. Chip seal. It's just basically a tar oil with rock aggregate. It helps waterproof the road and then gives it a wear surface. And Auto Seal is a different type of chip seal, basically the same process, just a little thicker, different type of oil that's used, more flexible, handle cold weather and, clay soils better because of the flexibility that it has. And, that's kind of a new it's not new throughout the world, but new to us, I guess I should say. And it shows a lot of promise. The DOT has recommended it and has used it, and there's testing it more and more other states around us. So that's my preference. If we can get that done this year, would be awesome, because I think it is a solution for other roads as well. And then Magwater, which we have in-house, can do affordable, but you got to constantly keep reapplying it. And also, if you are going to do something with the chip seal, you don't want to do mag water because it draws moisture to the road, so something else will not bond. So we got to make a decision one way or another. Sand seal is another, just like a chip seal, only it's with sand, and affordable but very temporary to get us through the winter kind of thing. Say if we're going to pave it or had to wait till next year to do like an auto seal or something like that, that's just kind of a, to protect the road and not have to do any rework or minimize that.
So kind of my part of this one is, you know, I've been working with the DOT on a reconstruction cost, and that reconstruction cost for all of that road is right around $66 million, $60 million, somewhere in there, which puts it about $2 million a mile, and it really does need reconstructed. So this is about $900,000, roughly $1 million for the 7 miles of a patch, still just a patch. If we are successful in the next few years and getting through the grant cycles and earmarks and things like that, it'd still be reconstruction. So this is literally just a patch on that road. If we were going to patch the road, we'd probably be about that same, multi-million-dollar patches because of the condition of the road. In the end of the last year, we did earmark $1 million for this project. Not necessarily sure if that's the right answer. That was a 2025 assignment that we did. We'll have to have a hearing to release those funds. But I think, based on the condition of the road, my preference is to do mill it up, put base stabilization in it, or the base one in it, and then I would like to do auto seal because based on conversations with the DOT, the auto seal is a better solution than chip seal. The aggregate size is kind of a mixed bag, and it's easier to apply. I think you got quotes from the Hughes County side, which Louisa has said they'd honor for us as well. So I don't, it doesn't have to go to bid. They're going to do the work, right?
Yes.
We'll blade it, I'm assuming.
They pretty much handle everything. We have to supply water and the gravel aggregate that we're going to add. Other than that, they pretty much are in-house. They do a mile a day, and they'll guarantee their product to hold up. Otherwise, they'll fix it.
That does not, from my understanding with the whole process here, that does not actually, create a road that we can't break. So we're still going to keep some load limits on there, but I think it would make a safer travel way. So.
Yes, and the turnaround time is also a key factor here, and they're available, and they can get it done very quickly, considering we're still planning this.
As you mentioned, Commissioner Liggett, this money would have to come out of the assignments.
I believe so, because I don't think we have enough in that line item.
Correct.
Okay, so in the only action that could be taken then on it today would be to set a hearing to bring those assignments.
I believe so, yes.
Yep.
How soon can they get started?
June. And it's going to be a two-part process. They'll mill it once, then we'll have to add the gravel to it, then they'll come back and do it again, and then shape it all. So it's, maybe over the course of a month and a half, it's going to be under construction, but we should be able to remain open for the most part.
Okay, so the quickest we can make a decision on it would be May 13th. That's our next meeting. Is that correct, Rhea? So we'll have to, today the only thing we can do is we have to set a hearing before we can even take action. So if someone would entertain a motion, I'd entertain a motion to set the hearing for May 13th.
I'd make a motion to set the New Underwood Road proposal cost for May 13th of 2025.
Okay, I'll just interject here, Commissioner Severn. The correct motion would be to look at, how did we state that before? Taking the assignment, taking the signed dollars out of the general fund is, yes, and we'll put a resolution together. But yeah, sorry to interrupt you. You're saying it right, but we're looking at taking, they assigned $1 million, as Commissioner Liggett said. So motion would be to, if this is fine with you, you're making the motion, this motion to take $1 million out of assignments for this project, basically.
Yes.
I'll second.
Motion.
Do we need a whole million, you think?
I think we better start with the.
Okay.
I'm guessing you might have to contract water hauling. I don't know that.
Yeah, there's a couple variables in there, but yeah, depending on what we do surface-wise, yeah, I would say we're going to be around that $1 million.
You can always, on these projects, you always figure you're going to hit something that's going to surprise in there.
We have a motion and second on the floor to take $1 million out of assigned funds for this project. Is there any discussion to this motion? Any more discussion?
Can, even though we can't make the formal thing until May, can we still let him authorize the company to know that, put us on the schedule? Even though we haven't officially...
I believe that he can, because there's no contract being signed at this point until we can't sign a contract.
Okay.
You can let him know that we're leave the slot open for us.
Okay.
And there's little doubt we're going to do something on that portion of the road.
I mean, I think the change would be whether or not what the surfacing type at the end was going to be. I mean, I think that the solution for the road itself is still milling it and base stabilization. It's the top coat that's the change.
Yep, and that would be a different contractor altogether. So yes, you're correct.
I'll be kind of curious to see what that looks like compared to all the chip and seal we have on Sturgis roads.
There's a project south of Vivian that the state did a couple years ago where they have chip seal right next to the auto seal, for an example. I mean, there's study online that shows some pictures as well. Obviously, it's probably not today's photo, but yeah, and I've talked to both the contractor and the DOT about it and what they like and dislike about, each one and which one's holding up better. It's pretty obvious when you go check it out.
Okay.
Motion and second to assign funds, $1 million to this project. Any more discussion to this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let's get through this bid opening quick, and then we'll, if you're ready for that as well.
Yep.
Mr. Eastman, and we'll take a little break.
Oh, thank you.
Oh man, a letter opener and everything.
You still don't have your knife.
She's prepared, more prepared than I am. Okay, this is our gravel crushing bid. First one here is from North Star Construction, based out of Spearfish. And the location is east of New Underwood Road, just a few miles. We picked a section kind of like where we knew there was good gravel and very convenient for us for multiple roads, not just New Underwood Road. So for the stockpile aggregate 1-inch gravel surfacing, came in at $7.91 per ton, and that's North Star Construction. They have their certification of prohibited entity status is here. The agreement with the landowner is also here. Pit release, insurance is provided, and the bid bond. So everything is in order. Okay, second one is Western Construction. Sorry, that's the wrong one. That's the letter about New Underwood Road. Here's the one for gravel crushing. So they have a price for 1-inch gravel surfacing at $5.75 per ton. And that's Western Construction. And they have their certification and prohibited entity status. I don't see the bid bond stuff, but I know they provided that for every other bid that they've given us, so okay, the third one is Rogers Construction Incorporated. And they have a price of $4.89 per ton. They have a bid bond. Their insurance is here. I do not see the certification of a prohibited entity, but
Is that all the bids?
yes, it is all the bids.
Yeah, go through them and then we'll make a decision.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, if you'll bring those back to us next time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's take about a 10, 15-minute break, and then we'll go on to planning.
Brian, Bill, or did you drive? Oh. I asked you that. I figured you would have flown it.
Oh, we're essentially this.
Yeah, there's a little better inspection process now. Yeah, no, we hear guys try that all.
Oh, it's $1 million, man. Galen, bring donuts? Saw you walk past.
Are you the one who did that?
Yeah, you know, I saw him last time this year, you guys didn't have.
Never had donuts.
We're on a health kick.
Well, I can take him back.
It'll be good lunch.
You know, we always had donuts when I was on the commission. I thought, you know. For the night, then. Really tried that.
I had a meeting with Kevin on exec. Push for it right now. Doesn't. But. Really good conversation.
Oh, so
How's it staying? How would it work?
It really does.
Oh.
It has demonstrated.
First one is item E1 on the agenda, variance request, requesting a building setback.
Tanya Vig, Meade County Planning Director. Sorry. The applicant is requesting a 19-foot setback to build a larger garage using the same footprint. This will leave a 6-foot front setback to the edge of the eave. If you go down within the packet to the preliminary plat, it has the distances and the layout of the structure. Right there. Shannon Osnick is here to answer any questions regarding the setback for the garage.
You have anything to add, Shannon?
Shannon from Baseline Surveying. Just want to make a point that the part that we're asking for variance, that part is not, what we have there is an existing garage that basically needs to be replaced. So it's an old, really cheap metal building that's going to get a stick built, just a normal garage on it. So that side, which is the neighbor, is obviously Highway 14A, the DOT. I did reach out to Mike Carlson. He had no concerns about us just leaving the garage that side, close to that side where it is, and then the other additions will be within the lot boundaries. So it's where we're asking. But that does require the variance because at one point the DOT come in and took some more right of way over and beyond the 66 when they redid that bridge project. So I just wanted to point out the variance that we are asking for is against the highway, but that part we're not moving. So that's going to remain the same as it is today. So,
any other questions, comments? DOT have anything to say about this?
Their comment was their policy is just don't cross our boundary. So
don't encroach.
And we don't care where it is, just don't go over the line.
So how far? Where is this setback at? Is it, obviously it's within 25 feet, so how many feet is it?
It would be 6 foot setback.
6 foot, okay.
The new front setback would be 6 foot for the garage.
Okay. Okay, any other questions, comments, and or action on this?
I only favor it due to its location. If it was any place else, I probably wouldn't.
Is that a motion?
Sure.
Motion to accept and approve the variance. Okay, Mike Creed. Second.
I'll second.
Motion is second on the floor to approve this variance request. Any more discussion to this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. E2, variance request, private access road width.
This is a request to Ordinance 10, Article 3321 to waive the minimum 14-foot wide private access road to serve a single platted lot. They're asking for a 12-foot wide road. If you go to the preliminary plat, right there, it will cross lot R1R and serve lot 2R off of Edwood Vista Road. It's part of the planning board supported the variance, and so you commissioners need to make the final decision.
Any questions, comments? Do you have anything to say?
No. Ron Davis, Davis Engineering. Just have answers if you have any questions.
Sure.
I think it's pretty basic. It's a private drive to a single lot, and
sure.
Really no need for a 66-foot right of way.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for being here. Any other questions, comments? Oh, and or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the variance. Driveway. There was no conditions, right?
No conditions, no.
So you're going to make a motion to approve a 12-foot, variance request at 12 foot. I'd prefer if the motion included that, but if that's okay with you.
Yep, I'll make a motion to approve the variance at 14 feet. Is that?
Nope, they're asking for 12.
For a 12-foot.
They can go to 14. Is that correct? Without the variance?
Yeah, the variance would be yes.
Yeah, but
for 12 foot.
To go to 12. Okay.
I'll second that.
Motion is second on the floor to approve the variance request of 12-foot driveway. Any other questions to this or discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign.
Me.
Oh. Okay, I thought you didn't want to talk, sorry.
No.
We have one dissenting vote on that. Secretary, note that Commissioner Creed voted no. Brings us down to E3.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Another variance request.
Yep.
Approach spacing.
I believe Troy probably left me, so that's all right. So if you go to drawing area, up one, right on. Keep going down. Yep. There you go. So Mr. Crittenden has asked for a second approach location down on the right-hand corner of the drawing there where it says preliminary plat review for a second approach into his project. There was a lot of contingencies placed on this variance. Troy and I met Mr. Crittenden on site last week to go over the project. He has met all the conditions within that. Took care of everything, the engineered drainage culverts are designed. He has a track out pad. The dirt has been cleaned off the surface. Garbage is picked up. He verified that the right of way and the property lines were all staked out in the field. What else? Erosion control was installed. As-built survey is that's what you're looking at now. And what else?
What's he going to build?
It is a commercial building. For himself, he does dirt work.
The building's already there.
The building's up and everything. They are framing the inside right now. It's a City of Somerset building, so everything is to the City of Somerset. So the right-of-way line is the city limit line and the county line right now. So the right-of-way approach permits are through us, and we do not go past the city limit line on our approaches. So his request is Norman Avenue is an arterial road which requires 500 lineal feet approach spaces. With the approaches on the east side of the road, it makes them a lot closer together. They become 275 and 185 for distancing between approaches. Troy and I did ask him if he would consider lining up with the one on the east side that says plan for future approach unknown. That is dedicated on the plat, and he does not want to line up with that approach. He would like to leave it at the current location as the proposed south approach.
Why doesn't he want to use the other
give
one?
us an answer. He just was not interested. I think it worked better on the south approach for the trucks, would be my guess, for making the corner around the building as he pulls into his property.
He does. Where the approaches do line up, my shop is down the road.
Oh, okay.
They do have it's not shown on here, but a couple little storage units that are pretty close to where that would be. So I'm assuming leaving them there would want to go further south so there's trucks and equipment can't get in there.
Any questions, comments to this?
So my understanding is Somerset's facilitating the building permit portion because it's within the city limits, is that correct?
Yes.
And we are working through the approach permits. Do you know if they're in agreement with the approach permit variance?
I do not. I have not reached out to Lisa. Not unless Troy's reached out to the highway.
I have not discussed the second approach with them to know if they would be in favor or not, and, with their ongoing road, ownership agreement, things like that.
Yeah.
I haven't brought it up to them.
So I guess I would like to see if Somerset is okay with this spacing, and primarily because jurisdictionally, this is one of the roads that we're talking with them on, of them taking over the jurisdiction of. So however that shakes out is to be determined, but I still think if they're doing the building permit, they should have some, at least an idea of what's going on in the right of way. So I'm okay with, can we?
Oh, we don't have to take action on it. We could bring it back if it has to come back. Is that correct, Mr. Kleberad? Continue.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue this variance until the next meeting, so that Somerset can comment.
Second.
Motion and a second on the floor to continue this variance request.
I'll reach out to him and get that.
Is any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Brings us to E4. Agreement regarding well, lot 16.
There was an issue concerning this property. There was originally a water use agreement in place between the developer and the purchaser. That was changed from when it was originally presented to the planning board to basically terminate that well use agreement. This property built a well on a 3-acre lot, which they're not supposed to do for private use. This agreement is to get them back into a water system when it is developed. The county is included in this, along with the current and future property owners, so that we can enforce it when water becomes available within 200 feet of the property line.
It is a water system, correct?
I'm sorry?
It's a water system?
Correct. Correct. So
Public water system.
Public water system, whatever the particular language is, and it is a statutory language. So there's no question about what it is. It's, 25 taps or more, things along those lines. And again, this allows resolution of an issue on this property. In addition, the property owner paid a fine for putting in the well and making use of that in violation of our ordinance. So we're asking for a motion for the chair to sign and file with the Register of Deeds.
I got to tell you, as I read through this, I thought, we are dealing with a request by somebody who served a number of years on our planning commission, was a mayor familiar with planning ordinances. How in the world could this have happened and them not have any insight into contacting the county and what is going to happen with other properties that the developer is undertaking, and if their well is not up to date, is DENR going to be involved? We can't let this kind of stuff happen. And I don't know if I'm willing to charge somebody only 10% of a fee, because we're not dealing, I realize he's in a difficult situation, but we're also dealing with somebody who should be very informed. And I'm perplexed. I read it all a couple of times, thinking, it's strange. It might also answer why I missed a phone call from Mr. Olson.
I would advise the commissioners that this was worked on by myself, Ms. Vig, and 2 commissioners to reach this agreement. Whether you go along with it is entirely...
Oh, I know.
I'm just letting you know this wasn't made up out of thin air by myself.
Oh, I know. Like I said, I read all this stuff twice. It is perplexing. I could see something like this happening more easily with a city person who moves out to the country and is unfamiliar with rules and regulations. And to sign something, agreeing to something, when you know what you're signing, does not portray the true facts is mystifying to me.
Any other questions, comments on this agreement?
Ken, thanks for working through this, and I mean it was an interesting conversation. I know Talbot and I had some input and conversations about this, and Tanya, thanks for.
I can't imagine being in the middle.
And we did take a number of calls about it, so I'll make a motion to approve the agreement regarding the well.
I'll second that.
Motion and second on the floor to approve this agreement. Is there any more discussion to that motion?
I will vote to approve it because he was between a rock and a hard spot, but I am still confused as to why he sought the information sources he did rather than coming to this office. And do we know any more status on the Olson well at this point?
All I know it's used for your livestock.
Yeah. Okay.
Any more discussion to this motion to approve this agreement? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. It's down to the auditor. F1 audit report.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rhea Crane, Meade County Auditor. I've prepared the monthly report for March. You can see the apportioning numbers as well as the court-appointed attorney's fees, court costs, liens, etc. that have been filed and payments received. Never a dull moment in the auditor's office as we have the Wonderland Homes election that will be coming up that you will be talking about next. We do also have Homer Smith Road District that will be coming forward. They tried to drop off some paperwork last week, but it just wasn't quite in proper format. I have not heard anything about the Blackhawk Incorporation paperwork that was filed. No update has been provided. So we're still kind of in limbo at this point. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there will probably be some do-over processes. And Ken's going to be happy to come and tell you about that.
You know, I did notice that Lawrence County's Public Defender's Office has saved additional taxpayer money going away from court-appointed attorney fees. And so I'm going to do some investigating, and maybe some others will too.
As to the Blackhawk Incorporation, the original documents were submitted in January, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that's true.
They're outdated at this point. If everything was presented to the board, I would recommend to the commissioners that it was not an accurate survey, accurate census at this point, just because it's ownership's transfer. So I think at this point, 4 or 5 months out of date is too dated. So hopefully they make whatever corrections they can.
So are you going to send on behalf of the auditor a letter to Jesse informing him of that so he doesn't just read it in the newspaper?
I can work with the auditor to do so if that's what she would like or the board would like.
I think it'd be beneficial. I mean, if it's
Rather than catch them blindsided, yeah.
I mean, we just need to be honest with them.
Yeah. And the problem they've had is the census aspect. Right. The incorporation requires a listing of everybody who lives there, not registered voters, not property owners. It's Joe, Mary Smith, and their 3 kids, and their names. And they just haven't presented those kind of documents yet. And that's been the problem for them, is the census.
Well, it would be very good because otherwise we will all be on the phone a long time with Jesse and we might not have the same legal terminology and get us all in trouble.
I will work with the auditor to get that out.
And you're the best. In addition to the 2 road districts that have turned in paperwork or attempted to, I know that there's an additional road district that's being formed down in the Box Elder area, as well as a proposed Box Elder ambulance district that will cross Meade-Pennington borders. So, elections coming up. The election, I shouldn't say results, that's my bad. We didn't scan in the results. We scanned in the voter participation from the Sturgis and Faith city elections. May 13th, you'll be having the malt beverage renewal application hearing. We did advertise for deputy auditor positions, and we have one accepted offer. We'll be starting on the 29th, next Tuesday, and we have an additional offer out. Some terms are still being discussed, I believe. I'm not sure of the exact details, but communication is taking place there. June 3rd, we will be running the tabulator for the school board election, and we will be looking at how to clean up the outstanding checks that have been on the books for a number of years to help make reconciliation a whole lot easier. Any questions on that report?
I don't believe so. Any questions? Nope.
Moving down, you'll see the overtime report by office by year to date.
Any questions on this? Okay, let's move down to F3.
And F3 is the proposed Wonderland Road District. We need to set a hearing date for May 27th. The paperwork was received in our office, the petitions and the map, the survey, on March 28th, I believe. At this point, Jan Headland was here this morning, and she picked up the paperwork that needs to be enlarged and laminated and posted on the corner of Stage Stop and Ruby Road. You'll see that I do have the public posting document here declaring the official location for that to be displayed for 20 days. After that posting period, they will come back and you will then set, I actually will set an election date, and assuming everything appears to be in order. I did put a proposed timeline of actionable items here if you want to review that.
Any questions to this proposed road district and or action to set the hearing? This is only to set the hearing.
Make a motion to set the hearing for Wonderland Road District for May 27th at 10.
I have a second. Motion is second on the floor to set the hearing date for proposed Wonderland Road District for May 27th. I assume, did you say 10 o'clock? I assume 10 o'clock. Any discussion to that motion?
I, for some reason, thought they had a road district up there. That's interesting.
Any more discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Hard to say Wonderland Road District without adding the word homes in there.
Yeah.
It is.
Is that in a TIF as well?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to answer.
I was thinking Somerset had a TIF up there.
Doesn't reach into Wonderland.
Okay.
Brings us down to G in our agenda, Balanced Rock Power. Mr. Taylor reached out to us a week or so ago with Miss Cat, and they wanted to give us an update on what they're doing. It's been a while since we've seen you guys. I told Mr. Taylor to give him about 15 minutes to go through the updates, and if we have some questions. There's probably some people who'd like to speak a little bit.
Project manager, Miss Beverly is a lot more fun than Mr. Nelson was, who was her predecessor. Push the button. There we go.
Okay. We have a slideshow that I hope we can pull up. I just have a couple of maps. I have a table you saw when not me, but the previous developer presented at the siting hearing. The updates I have are in bold and crossed out, so it'll be easy to follow. So we can go on to the next slide just to orient where we are physically. This is about 12 miles directly east of Sturgis. It's on Alkali Road. The project entails about 1,100 acres between 3 landowners, and it is touching that 230 kV Black Hills line that we have 2 interconnection positions for. So the next slide will just detail What we've been doing and our plan for the next few years, since you gave us the permit in the summer of 2023. So what we brought to you when we got the permit, we were advertising a 100 megawatt project that was split between 2 queue positions with Black Hills. We decided to do 2 queue positions for several reasons, the biggest one being to have some optionality in marketing this project. The QF limit is 80 megawatts, so if we wanted to do the qualifying facility route with Black Hills, that max would be 80 megawatts. If we wanted to advertise this to a corporate, such as, Meta, for example, is a recent solicitation that we put the project into, then we can upsize the project to 100 megawatts. It beefs it up a little bit, and we would be able to attach a battery to it. I crossed it out, and we're now pursuing just the QF process with Black Hills. You can't have 2 queue positions at the same point of interconnection if you're going to do the QF process. So today, it's just an 80 megawatt solar project, no battery. We're still going to hold on to that queue position. The original one, the 80 megawatt one, we are in the process of signing it right now. We had Balance Rock sign it, I think, on Friday, and then we sent it over to Black Hills for their counter signature. So it's being executed in real time. And then once that one is signed, then the second queue position will finish their study process and get signed as well. So that's the size and kind of the marketability of it. I want to spend a little bit of more time on the offtake, because from a project development standpoint, it's a pretty developed site. We have the leases for all the land we need. We've done our survey, we've done our engineering work, geotech, or hydrology. We've had, I would say, all of the fundamental studies complete for the project, and so there's 2 more pieces down at the bottom that one is a want, one is a need. But really what needs to happen is to get an offtake contract in order for this project to get built. So somebody needs to sign off that they want to buy the power. Not a very big market in South Dakota in this area, so the most likely off-taker is going to be Black Hills Energy, which is why we are focusing on the QF process with them. In the last 2 years, well, I guess since the start of this project, we began the QF process with Black Hills. It fizzled out. Then they released an RFP. We participated in that competitive process. We were not lifted. And then we re-began the QF process. That is ongoing. And then about 6 months ago, there was another opportunity that popped up in the market with Cheyenne Power and Light. Meta is building a data center there, and they were requesting for projects that could serve that load. So we submitted this project into it. Because they're 2 different utility footprints, you would have to wheel the power into Cheyenne Power and Light, so it increases the cost of the project. It was a long shot. We tried. They did not lift us up. It was not surprising. So where we are today is Black Hills gave us a updated cost that we have to now review and discuss with them on how we can come to an agreement on what the most appropriate market price is for it. So I would qualify it as pretty early stages for QF, even though we've been talking to them for many years. It's kind of restarting the process. Down at the bottom, I mentioned the last 2 key elements in my perspective for finishing development of the project is, one, I'll start with the need. The need would be to subdivide one of the parcels. In order to cut the line, you have to build a small substation and all the electrical equipment needed to operate a solar facility, so just like a mini substation. And Black Hills has indicated that in order to do that, they want to own the land underneath it. They're not interested in having a lease, so we'd have to subdivide about 5-6 acres in order to build that substation, have Black Hills own it. So that would have to happen if the project were to go through. A want, and I've been here, for the whole agenda. I heard the discussion on the section lines. I understand it's a sensitive topic.
Our favorite topic.
Yep, so very happy to be here to give an update and not ask her something.
You can see you're not alone in.
Yes, a lot of people have a lot of opinions on section lines. I understand they're important, especially to this county. So I have a couple of maps right after this. So this one has no section lines. So I just wanted to highlight how cohesive the project is without having to bisect it east, west, north, south. It makes the design more efficient. More importantly, it makes it cheaper. So when you cut it up into 4 squares, you have to add roads in between, you have to have more cabling in between. It makes it about $4 or $5 more expensive. And every cent counts when you're trying to get a price with the utility that they're going to bring to the commission for approval. So it's a pretty significant cost to keep the section lines. So I'm not asking for it today. This is something our team is thinking about. And if we do make progress with Black Hills and we're coming closer and closer to a price and we're reaching a place where we're like $5 off, and in order to meet them where they're at, I will most likely come to you with a formal request to move them. But not today. There's a lot more work to be done on that end. But it is pretty significant to our site. So the next slide shows what it looks like with the section lines. So it just kind of cuts it up and makes it more expensive with a lot more equipment. You'll see in this slide there's no battery area. The presentation we gave for the siting permit had a battery yard. So it just has the project substation where all the power is collected, and then you step up the power to the switch yard, which is going to be connected to the grid. And then there's a laydown area, pretty standard stuff for this size of a solar project.
Why aren't you going to have a battery? What are you going to do with your storage? Because if you don't sell it and the sun's shining, it's just going to go away with no battery, correct?
That's right.
And so what's it selling for now compared to, coal is very cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Wind isn't too high.
Mm-hmm.
What's solar selling for now?
I
know there's
loaded
a
question.
range. There's
a huge range. I think for this market in South Dakota with Black Hills, I think an appropriate range is like mid-30s per megawatt. Like that is an appropriate price for this market. Obviously that increases as you go to more expensive places like California. Different parts of the country are regulated differently, whether you're in a regulated versus a deregulated market, et cetera. I would say for South Dakota, around like mid-30s.
Well, I would assume at the end of the day, if it hasn't gotten used and you got to get rid of it, the price would decrease.
Well,
because it would go away.
Doreen, the battery concept is kind of backwards, and it depends on whether you're talking about a QF project or whether you're talking about a commercial project. Now, see if I can explain it.
Okay.
QF project, Qualified Facility, that's what QF stands for. It grew out of another acronym, PURPA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Act of 1971. What that statute said was that an alternative energy developer can go to a utility and say, I'm going to build this project. We want you to buy the electricity from the project as it's generated.
Oh, so they're not going to have any choice.
It's a.
I mean,
yeah,
it's theirs.
It's a crammed down process.
Yes.
Okay, they're not. You will not be selling to anybody. There's no open market like when you're dealing with coming out of New Mexico or whatever,
right.
based on what's generated. Okay.
With the QF.
Okay.
It's a fixed rate.
Okay.
During the time of generation. When PURPA and the QF concept was passed by Congress, there weren't any utility scale batteries.
Okay.
In the last 7, 8, 10 years, as the utility scale battery processes come together, our beloved friends Northwestern Energy from Huron, the first QF project that had a battery, they said, wait a minute, if you got a 80 megawatt project, the purpose says you can't exceed 80 megawatts for a QF project, and you got a 20 megawatt battery, isn't that 100 megawatts?
Okay, then your PUC.
Well, it went back and forth through FERC, and FERC finally said, no, it's not 100 megawatts, it's 80 megawatts of generation. If you can install a battery so that after the sun goes down, you still have more megawatts of energy to put into their system, it still qualifies as a QF project. But there's some uncertainty around that decision. So the developers that I've represented, Balance Rock, including Balance Rock, are cautious about making the capital investment for a 20 megawatt battery. Until that gets finalized, you know, politics play a role in all of this, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is sort of up in the air at the moment. We'd hope by now there would be some finality to it, but everybody seems to think in the next probably not too long. And then maybe a battery could come back into this project. It's all a math problem.
It's all a money problem.
Yeah.
Guys, if Ms. Bagger would like to continue with her presentation, we've got about 3-4 minutes for that presentation.
Okay, I can wrap it up. The last slide is an update on what our schedule looks like. What we presented 2 years ago was a COD, a commercial operation date COD, that was closer to, I believe, 2027. We were optimistic we could get a contract with Black Hills 2 years ago. You can't order equipment and really start deploying capital or get any kind of financing until you show a bank a contract that someone's going to buy the project or buy the power. So not having that contract, you can't start procuring equipment. Some of this equipment takes years to get built and delivered. So we pushed out the COD by several years. So that pushes kind of everything else out. So I have on there to ideally, if things go well and we can come to an agreed price with Black Hills, we could have a contract with them by next summer. If we are in a good place by the second half of this year, I'll most likely come back and ask for a discussion around the section line and see where we end up. So that would be a plan for the end of the year. And then in order to meet a end of year 29 COD, we would be starting construction like late 2028. Takes probably a little over a year to construct a solar facility of this size. So that's our view of what the schedule could look like now. Things change with Black Hills. If another opportunity comes up where we can sell the power somewhere else, it can move around. This is very standard for the industry to shift your schedule. Everything is kind of based off this key contract, a PPA or an off-take contract. So until you get that, you're kind of shifting around when you start buying equipment and when you can get online. So this is our best view now.
Thank you.
We are very aware that the permit has a life of 4 years, so we'll be back here at some point asking for renewal of the permit.
Wow.
Thank you. Anybody, I guess let's just open this up. I think there's some people here who'd like to say a few things to this project. Does anyone want to come up and speak? I'll give everyone 3 minutes apiece if they'd like to speak from the public.
Thank you, Commissioners. We've been here.
Announce yourself, Doris. You know better.
Sure. Thank you, Gary. Doris Lowling, private property owner here in Meade County. We appreciate the update. We thought this thing was dead. I think a lot of our neighborhood thought it was dead. There's been no activity, and now we've have some explanations. But really it hasn't changed. Black Hills Energy was going to accept this, didn't accept it. That was 2 years ago. And as we keep pushing forward, we are going to have to revisit. This is a new plan, a different plan. We're going to have to visit some of the studies that were done. Weed management, fire protection plan, with or without battery storage. If this is going to be enhanced and growing on over the years once the project is started, we need to know that because we have an ordinance in place that we need to follow. Snow fences. The last engineer told us that we're not going to see drifting. I didn't know we didn't have drifting in South Dakota. Hailstorms. What are we going to do with decommissioning? There's a lot of variables here. Water projects. Bear Butte Water has just expanded. We just got a grant with the airport. How is that going to affect with the air solar glare? So many different things, and I think we're too premature, as Kat has stated, that until we get something in writing and a contract with Black Hills Energy, then the landowners need to be, the adjoining landowners need to be involved in this process because we want to know runoff, we want to know everything that's going to affect us and everyone else. So in closing, we're already green. We're going to have a lot of tariffs, we're going to have a lot of expenses, and this green climate change, there's a lot of the funding that's going away. So, I guess we set it aside, and thank you for the updates, and appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Lowing. Anybody else want to speak? About 3 minutes, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Ms. Commissioners. As we've talked about.
Could you state your name, please, Mr.
Jordan? John Jordan, adjacent landowner. Apologize. Just a few points. We also operate in Pennington County, and they're under a moratorium right now. When I look at their concerns, it comes back to two different things, and I just ask the commission to consider those. When they originally built the facility over by New Underwood, there was a lot of the same assumptions. They were going to graze it with sheep. It was going to be assessed as ag. Goes on down the line also that nothing ever happens to solar panels, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, when I look at the Alternative Energy Committee comments, I'd put the comments into two categories. One would be hazards because, as I understand it, there were some problems with the solar panels. So I'd ask the commission to look at that as the new application comes in. And the other was taxation, and that was a little bit of an issue on this particular project, whether we're going to be ag, non-ag. Now it also looks at how the ownership, which is an interesting situation, and some people here may be able to comment on Black Hills actually owning the land. But I would ask the commission to look at the taxation issues associated now with the new proposal, which would include land ownership, and then you would have decreased production, which I believe would result in less tax per acre. If I remember it, we were at about $500 an acre, but that's me shooting from the hip from a meeting that was in the Alkali Community Hall. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Anybody else want to speak to this project? Anybody else want to come forward? Thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Taylor or Ms. Baggery? Am I saying your name correctly? I have one, Ms. Baggery. You mentioned with the section lines, $4 or $5 more. $4 or $5 more per what?
Per megawatt.
Per megawatt. I assume so, but.
Yep. That's when we talk about dollars, it's usually per megawatt, and it's the price we're talking about with the utility.
Any other questions? Comments?
So I appreciate the update. I know it's been about a year and a half, 2 years. Started that.
Mm-hmm.
So it is nice to hear an update. I kind of had thought it was maybe not moving forward as well. So
It happens sometimes, and then I resurface and say I'm still here. We're trying. I mean, projects can go in development for 10 years is not abnormal to go through. I mean, policies change on a county level, state level, federal level. I mean, right now is quite a time to be in the business, any business actually. So yeah, I would say the fact that we've been in development for 4 or 5 years is pretty normal.
Well, when Bill called, I thought we were going to have a resurrection at Keystone.
No, not today. Not with me.
And that doesn't sound very likely, does it?
No, TransCanada spun off its oil pipeline companies to a new company called Southbow. And I was going to say something about the advice I gave Keystone, but I won't. What I'll say is that right before the spinoff, Keystone released all its easements for its pipeline. So essentially it's a start over if the project were to be undertaken. I understand that the Canadian leg was constructed and the border crossing was constructed, but the border crossing was removed.
Mm.
So I think Keystone is a thing of the past. 12 years I worked on that project. I had hoped that someday we'd see it in operation, but not to be.
Any other questions, comments on the update from the solar farm? I do too appreciate you guys coming out and giving us an update.
How many other projects do you have on the drawing board?
Me personally, or Balance Rock Power? And for the company level, off the top of my head, like over 50, maybe 60 projects spanning across probably 10 states. I personally oversee about 5. Yeah.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you guys for coming in. Well, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you guys.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, let's move down the agenda. Commission H1, Communicated Commission. Nothing in that today. Next item H2 is a legal contract. Looking at New Underwood Road with the state, I would prefer to talk about this. It's legal. I'd prefer to talk about some of that with our Deputy State Attorney exec.
I'd like to move that to exec and then bring it back.
Okay. So let's just move down then to I in the consent calendar. Questions, comments on the consent calendar? Questions, comments, interaction?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Motion is second on the floor to approve the consent calendar as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Executive sessions, we're at now.
Make a motion to go into exec for personnel and contracts. And I'd like to have Ken in there.
Motion is second on the floor to go into executive session for personnel contracts and legal. You didn't say legal, but that's
legal.
Yep. Any discussion to the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We are now in executive session. Can I get a motion to come out of exec?
Make a motion to come out of exec.
Second.
Motion and a second on the floor to come out of exec. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I don't see any, we don't have any further business, and we've completed everything on our agenda, so I declare us adjourned.